sort of derail each other.
Yeah,
right on.
Whichever one of us, only one of us at a time tries to stay on topic, and then the other two try to derail it. That is the show.
Right on.
And then Jim just gives us fucked up visuals of trying to figure out what's going on over there. Like earlier, he had like an alligator crawling across him, or maybe it was a caiman. We need Cheney in here to really suss these things out because we're not. The rest of us are not lizard people.
We're not swamp people.
Yeah, we're not from the swamp.
So I'm wondering what you guys think about this, man. I just found out today that I'm 2.5% Jewish, right? I don't know how to feel about it just because I never entertained the
All right, well, it was nice having Alan on the show, and we'll
Yeah, I know. Dude, trust me, I feel the same way about it. I'm like, yo, you know.
He's like ready to do on Fight Club. He's like, where's the Jewish portion?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I thought it was the perfect time to bring it up. To see you guys are such a stellar crew of truthers, man. Like, I don't think it's a significant amount enough to, like, you know, really alter anything. But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of caught me off guard.
Well, it's a very complex subject, so it gets very interesting when you look at it. The original meaning of it was the religion primarily followed by the Hebrew people. So in this equation, Judaism is a religion, and the genetic people is Hebrews. So your genetics would come from that. And the other portion of it is just a religion. Well, you fast forward a couple thousand years or a couple millennia, and they've morphed this whole system. So now there's the Ashkenazi, which, as far as I can tell, is not Hebrew in any way, shape, or form, but they're also then a certain line of people that they're able to follow their genetic markers. That is most likely what you're getting pinned under, which is not a Hebrew. Now, if you look at the way that their religion functions, they always need a sacrifice that they need to pawn their sins off on, and that sacrifice then takes the fall. It's just a function of the way their things work. And so when you look, if a lot of their larger, more prophetic happenings require a giant sacrifice of the Jewish people. And so I think that they took on extra people in order to be their scapegoats, their fallen goat, in order to fulfill the ritual without taking a loss in and of themselves. Is my opinion. So in saying all of that, I don't believe you're probably a Hebrew person. So I don't think that you can actually even be Jewish, and you don't follow the religion, and that's all it is a religion.
Yeah, and it's on my paternal side, so I think it's a maternal lineage.
Yeah, and it's a matrilineal religion too.
Right.
So
yeah, that isn't a point for you. That's a bad point.
Yeah, but it was, you know, it's a small amount, you know.
They're not going to let you take the birthright trip, Alan. They're not.
Unfortunately, right. So,
yeah,
that was kind of a shock today.
You can't just roll up to Aiden Ross's podcast and be like, "No, this was actually promised to me 3,000 years ago. Get out of my fucking McLaren, you little homo. Get a fucking haircut." Yeah,
right.
Did you do 23andMe or something like that?
My dad, man, I would never do anything like that, of course, but my dad did it. He's 5% Ashkenazi.
The spiders are now on with the dog-faced dudes. This is what it's like when worlds collide.
Yo, but I'm like, the rest is like 50% English, 25% Scottish, Irish, and then some Nordic in there, and some other, like, you know, some other stranglers, which I don't even know how accurate any of that is, but English, Scottish, Irish makes sense and makes me feel better, you know.
Right.
So
Martin, His dad took a 23andMe test. That is what happened. My dad and my daughter took that test, and they found out that my people apparently were so overly horny that they could not make it 3 blocks without having sex with the immediately breeding with people. So there's like almost no diversity in my bloodline. I'm also Scottish and German, and that's basically it. Like, oh, so you went and humped the neighbor? Cool.
Right.
Cool. You didn't get far with that, did you?
Is that airborne DNA in the Balderson family?
You know, man, I think about, you know, I've been living on cannabis, or, you know, making a living through cannabis for such a long time, and I think that the most valuable part of that, besides having access to the medicine and the knowledge, would be having the time to do the research on all these things, right? So it's not just the, you know, the state of mind that the cannabis puts you in, but it's just having the time to do the research. That, you know, being in a place like Louisiana is literally the polar opposite in every way. You know, they work to live here, or I'm sorry, they live to work here instead of working to live. And they drink like, you know, like we smoke in Humboldt, you know?
Yeah.
And everybody's on pharmaceuticals, and the doctors are killing them, and it's just madness, you know? So I'd like to think that if they had the time to sit and do the same research, that they would inevitably come to the same conclusions, you know? But
it's a lack of mountains, Alan. That's what it is.
Right.
It's a lack. Well, and a lack of like water-based activities that require your physical exertion to do it. It's really hard to be a drunk surfer. It's really hard to be like just drunk as fuck and being like, okay, we're gonna go climb 3,000 feet up this mountain and go. Like, that's usually, but very good activities. I'm going to smoke a joint. I'm going to smoke a blunt. We're going to go for a hike. We're going to smoke another joint. We're going to smoke another blunt when we get to the top. And we're going to smoke another one when we get back down to the bottom. And then we're going to go to fucking breakfast or lunch or whatever. You know, it's like, so when you don't have those particular activities in the state that you're living in, you're much more likely to drink. And then if you're where alanmarcus.com is, and it's shit weather in the winter, and you're snowed the fuck in, and there's no mountains, you're like, well, all we're gonna do is play freaking board games and get shit housed.
Yeah,
card games.
Card games. Yeah,
they can warm you up.
Freaking 8-handed pinochle and the euchre games that result in broken noses.
Double pinochle is the best. That is the best game. And thank you for the new subs. That is fantastic. We love all you guys. Steve and Jim are related.
We went to different high schools together. It's super cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Man,
you guys have done well. Now we do 2 dabs in the morning, which actually is so nice being off grid, because in the morning we live in a small cabin, so we don't let the fire burn all night, or else our house, we'd wake up in the morning like, and so we just let the fire go out, and the house is whatever temperature is outside. So in the morning, when you're so cold you can't move, you take them 2 dabs, smoke 2 dabs in the morning. Yeah. And then now you're warmed up now, ready to go.
Yeah. The high dose, I think, you know, for like head injuries and different nerve conditions, I think high dose is the only way to go. I think edibles is probably the best way, but man, it's so hard to maintain any kind of life when you're just dosed on edibles all day. So I really think the high dose dabs, I think, is, you know.
What about CBD?
You like
full
CBD?
Spectrum. Yeah, this full spectrum CBD. This Irwin Naturals, they make vitamin supplements. They're just like discontinuing them. I just found them like last year. They were selling a 50 milligram pill of CBD, and it's great. I mean, I take like 250 to 500-600 milligrams and floating around.
I would
body
have
high
to feel it, you know, of CBD. That's my only thing about it. And if I eat any less than that, really, I didn't even notice anything. But
You
I
gotta have
had a
high doses.
weird experience on the high dose CBD where I was driving and all of a sudden I just didn't give a fuck about anything at all. Like I didn't care about anything, and it scared me so bad I had to pull over for a couple hours, you know, until I started to care about shit again.
Where'd you get that stuff?
I got it from a company in Colorado. Yeah.
So how do you make it? The full spectrum CBD.
It was called the Cannabis Infusion Association, and they had the exact same logo as the CIA over the dispensary. You don't notice it at first, but all of a sudden,
the CBD and the THC, the acid forms are flipped, right? So your CBD is a liquid oil, and your CBD crystallizes. THC is the opposite, of course, but they just use ethanol extraction and distillation, and then it recrystallizes. That's pretty much
it. Pull it right off.
So you have very little terpenes, you know. So there's almost zero entourage effect associated with any kind of CBD products. I have some hemp terps that are really good, really fire that I mixed with the CBD, but the CBD has like a certain taste to it and it crystallizes, so you really can't make a vape cart. So you have to go with like Delta 8 or some isomer, some like, you know, conversion, which I just don't like messing with the conversions at all. I could have made a lot of money consulting on conversions. I know how to do it and everything, but it's just, I don't like it. You know, people were using microwaves and shit to make Delta 8, and it's crazy, man. But yeah, CBD for pets, I think, is like a huge, massive industry. I wish I would have gotten on, you know,
for 4th of July.
Yeah, for pets, it seems that'd be amazing.
Yeah,
I don't believe anybody's boofing any cannabis items, nor taking it intravenously. Those are just not forms for cannabis.
I've heard of it.
Though, I would sell my oil because it was decarbs, distillate with terps added. I'd sell it in syringes, and it was almost impossible in the beginning because of all the stigmas with opioids and everything.
Yeah,
or intravenous drug use. So
man, with dabbing at first too. When you bust out, everybody thought you were doing methamphetamine. You're like,
I still call it freebasing weed.
Yeah,
because it is, but it's fantastic. I'm about to do it right now.
Yeah, y'all are making.
No, it's the best. I honestly switched over. I used to basically roll up. It took about an ounce a day, a little bit more to control my seizures of fairly high quality flower. And basically at that point, you're smoking a pack of cigarettes of cannabis flowers in a day. And between that and actual tobacco products, by the end of the night, I'd be just sounding like Darth Vader, you know, just... And so when cannabis first became legal and oil at the same time was on the rise, because the first 710 cup coincided with the legalization the same year. And my friend and I, because we were at the cup that day, we didn't smoke any flower. We only smoked oil. And so retardedly messed up. And at the same time that night when we went to the hotel, we did not sound like Darth Vader and Darth Vader competing with each other while we were sleeping. And the fact is that's because the thing that you're not getting with the concentrates is the carbon. And the carbon is the black smoke, the nasty part. And when you're doing just pure flower, you're absolutely sucking in a bunch of that carbon with everything else. Where when you're doing the concentrates, it's just the good stuff, just the parts that are active and useful.
Yeah. I think another magical thing about the terpenes and doing the steam distillation, to kind of get it back to the original topic, is you know, once you have them separated, you can create different products for people who are opposed to the actual getting high part of cannabis. and you can still provide a lot of the benefits through just the terpenes, right? Like just putting drops of terpenes in an oil diffuser, right? Or I've used it in a nebulizer for really acute, lung issues, and it's amazing, even the carts that I make with the steam distilled terpenes, because the distillate is already activated and because everything is just so refined and I take the alchemical approach, and tell me if I'm right about this, Ben, is separation, right? So separate things out, get the terpenes out at the right time in the right process, get the cannabinoids out, purify everything, right? And then you recombine it in an effort for it to be exalted, right? And in a higher form of what it previously was. And so I take that approach with all the products that I make.
That was a Crow 77 word I've heard, that without a doubt, exalted.
Yeah,
that's what he always says, is exalted.
I've been listening to Crow for, how long has he been on? Because I think since the beginning, but yeah, a wealth of knowledge, man. That's why I can't wait to talk to him, because I am basically the application of all this ulterior, alternative sources of knowledge, and I'm the guy that I studied it and then I put it into practice, right? I haven't been to the doctor in 20 years and I just reversed, I was crippled, man. I couldn't hold my eyes open. I couldn't talk to people. I was bedridden. All I could do is drink raw milk to like stay alive for like 6 months, before I met a doctor, a natural doctor, who put me on the right path, if you will. And then I learned how to incorporate all the things I learned from Humboldt. I practiced Tai Chi out there with like a bunch of Shaolin monks in the redwoods, like just had these crazy experiences that it all allowed me to really live all of these things in a way that is the right time and the right place, being in Humboldt, where I could do it freely, and my kids are homeschooled. Like we did everything, man. We make all our own medicines now. And it's just been invaluable, just completely invaluable. And I think probably the crux of all that knowledge, one of the most valuable aspects is the therapeutic use of terpenes, honestly, of cannabis terpenes, extracted the right way, full spectrum, get all those crazy like in my rig when I'm steam distilling the terps, it's very low heat, very low pressure, right? And something about the steam molecule, you would think that the heat would damage the terpene molecules, but it doesn't. It like the steam molecule gently carries the terpenes to the condenser, and if everything's done in a timely way and in the right, everything's able to flow through the machine in the right way, and you're condensing at the right temp and everything, you're really able to get the highest quality terpenes that you could imagine, right? They're flawless, you know what I mean? They're limited in that it's only the mono and sesquiterpenes and then some of the other aromatics, but it's not like terp sauce or like a butane extraction where you literally get everything, right? But because it is a more refined version, I think it's a lot less harsh, right? So it opens up the vapor, the vape pen specifically, or vaporization of the oil, to a lot of people with lung issues and with issues where they can't smoke, right? They can't have anything harsh at all, right? So a lot of my patients they have lung issues or they have asthma even, and they say that when they hit the card, it just opens everything up and they can breathe better. And so that's another big difference I would say between steam distilled terpene.
Which terpene are you using for that mostly?
For what specifically?
For the lung issues?
I mean, I don't know, man. All my terps have such a different, I've extracted so many different strains, I think the citrus terps help a lot, with any kind of lung issues, but really I think it's the terpenes themselves, sometimes you hit some shit and it makes you choke to death, because the terpenes they're just so degraded or absent even, and there's just so much other shit in there that is harsh, It's either not run cold enough in butane and you get a lot of the fats and sugars and stuff or whatever, there's a lot of stuff going on. So my products are just a lot more, I think, open to people like that with particular medical issues. But even without the cannabinoids, right? I can take sour D terps that I have in the freezer, and I can add it to some CBD and put it in a capsule and make it, whatever dosage you want. You know what I mean? And that's kind of how I roll. Is like when I have someone who needs a product that's specific for them, I'll bring them little 1 ml vials of terpenes and have them smell them and see which one. I'll really walk them through the experience and have them clear.
Well, I was just wondering how much it was pinene. I was wondering if that was going to end up being pinene, because going through pine forest is said to really open up the pathways in the lungs.
Yeah, pinene, humulene, I think.
Yeah.
Is another good one. Yeah, there's some specific ones for sure, but inevitably, they kind of come out. The nose knows. It's a really magical kind of thing. Our olfactory senses are really powerful, and there's a lot more intelligence going on in the body than we could ever give it credit for. So I just trust the body in making a decision.
Terp sauce and yerba mate sounds like it would work great.
So there was a show called Bong Appetit, and I'm anti-alcohol, so I didn't actually go to the show. But some of the terpenes I extracted in the company I was repping back then was the terps were used in mixed drinks, the flavor of mixed drinks. So they're just so volatile or so versatile terpenes. You can literally, I've made anything that you can put essential oils into. I can make a cannabis version, anything,
I have a good friend of mine co-host on a show that I do on Monday nights, who is she's been in the cannabis industry in Vegas now for, I don't know, 5 years or something like that. But in that 5 years, she's elevated herself quite a bit within the industry because it's still relatively new, and they're figuring shit out that California hasn't figured out yet. Like, hey, we can have lounges,
right?
That shit that they've kind of gray area'd in like Texas and New Mexico a little bit. I've met a couple of those guys.
Vegas is definitely a place to push the boundaries. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, but it's so damn rough and dirty now. On the right side of the screen here, Jim, Marcus, and I, the three of us went to Vegas for a big speaking event. Actually, Steve was living in Vegas just before that, and he was one of the people I was excited to see in Vegas. He left, and the other one passed away. Like now I don't know anybody in Vegas. Fuck. But Vegas is so hardcore at this point in time. Literally, the Walmart across the street from the large, very large casino resort we were staying at, they had a gunfight every shootout with cops every single night. They just had a sniper nest on top of the Walmart that the cops just like hung out in.
Wow.
Super rough in Vegas.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time there. I've thought about going to work there because there's seems like another little zone where cannabis seems to be doing pretty well. One of the little pockets, But,
well, if you specialize, Vegas is definitely where you want to poke your head in and at least make your presence known. Because even if you're just consulting, dude, let somebody fly you out and put you up in Vegas in a house for 2 months, 3 months, something like that. You'd be off the strip. Vegas on the strip is bullshit anyway. Like, Old Town is cool. Like, there's really cool. And then I loved the desert. When I was out there, all I did was go to comedy clubs and then take the fucking, big-headed dog that keeps popping up here every now and then out to the middle of nowhere and just walk around all day.
He does have a big lunky head.
Yeah.
He came by it naturally. You can't blame him, but it is a big monkey head.
Yeah. At least he's a little bit more handsome than his
camera.
dad.
Like, do you notice his camera keeps panning differently?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with my camera. It's distracting the shit out of me, though. Yeah, it's freaking me out.
Yeah, it also me. I'm like, how is he doing this?
I have no idea.
Right?
With this iPad, dude. I don't use the Apple.
It's like slow, dramatic fade back.
Yeah,
it's an iPad setting. You can turn it off.
Right.
The first time I noticed it, Steve was moving his hand up here, like moving his mouse, and I was like, "Is Steve somehow doing that?"
I thought it was pretty cool. I thought it was the app. I thought it was the whatever Streamyard. You know, I had no idea. But
it follows cleavage too.
I consulted for a while, man, and the health stuff really got to me. I started doing Tai Chi like literally 16 hours a day, just to get better, and I just couldn't work, and cognitively and physically both. I was just limited. I just started working about a month ago as a project manager and just regular construction, just to get kind of back moving again and using my brain. And I don't really know my value in the market today. I've applied, like I said, I did kind of the interview route with the bigger companies, and then I went and interviewed with the Louisiana companies and let them know my background and kind of some things I'm interested in, but I'm willing to like just be a part of the team and help them grow in whatever direction they're trying to go. But I think that they're afraid of my black market experience because my resume reads starts in 2011. At a lab. I put all that in there. I'm just honest about my experience.
Dude, all you have to do is tell them that you signed an NDA.
Yeah, right.
That's your automatic out. I signed an NDA. I can't disclose terms of my employment or who I work for.
Right.
Sorry.
I mean, at the end of the day, man, I think I'm overqualified for what they're looking for here. When I left here and moved to California to learn about cannabis, the idea was if Run from the Cure is true and it does have these medicinal qualities, that I need to bring it back to Louisiana, which is my people, and they just make it so impossible, so really realistically, it's out of state work is the only available work. I don't really know my value, being as I've just been absent from the industry for so long. I have a High Times World Cup trophy, but I don't even know how valuable that is, at the end of the day for different companies. I don't know if they're looking for that level of expertise or, I don't know.
It doesn't take too long to see where the industry's at in any given state. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of states that are just now coming into where California or Colorado was 5, 6, 7 years ago because they're just new to the process. So anywhere that the state is new to the process, all of those skills are going to be immediately marketable, and then that gives you an in to level up on whatever new skills are.
Right. Yeah. Mississippi is an interesting market right now. It seems to have a lot of the same kind of early Humboldt feel to it, but with zero.
It's got good dirt there too. Parts of Mississippi.
Yeah, it's all indoor though. You can't do any outdoor, but
it's so dumb.
You got good dirt.
So dumb.
Yeah. 60% limit on extracts to THC content. So
also dumb.
You've got to be super bad at it. You're like out there cutting it with baby powder and shit, like
CBD.
How did I get it down to 60%? Holy shit.
Yeah. Man, I used to put, believe it or not, when I first started doing my ratios on my carts, we were putting like 30% live terpenes in the carts, like 30, 35%. It's out of control.
Wow.
It was still smooth, man, but the flavor would just take over your whole face, and it would just like take over your whole torso, and you would just become a terpene, It was now I'm at like down around like 15-20%, and it's still super smooth, but really intense. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, rosin's the new craze, but I don't think they've gotten.
You know what's hilarious?
Really do it without
rosin is the new old craze. Is what's hilarious because before
rosin was 15 years ago,
dude, or even more. Like before butane hash oil, before any of that, before even Rick Simpson oil, we used to take and make bubble hash and then we get a 2-inch, a little 1/2-inch nipple, and about 2 inches long. And you'd take and you'd put a cap on one side and drill a hole in it, and you'd wrap nickels in aluminum foil on the other side, and you'd put a C-clamp over it and stick it on a Pyrex dish and just stick it in your kitchen oven and turn it on super low. And then every now and then clamp down on that C-clamp, and your rosin would come pouring out of that little hole on the other end. We didn't have dabbers or anything to do it with, so what we'd do is just, it took 2 people. One guy would hold it on the head of a pin and hit it with a torch, and the other guy would stand above it with a funnel. And quick, as soon as he
there was the glass capture method.
That's how we did it.
You could also be a fucking savage and hot knife it. You wanted to.
Well, the problem with oil in hot knifing is it rolls off it.
It's a little bit, yeah, but you gotta be quick. You gotta be quick. And you gotta line it. You gotta line it a little bit. You can't just dab it on there. You draw it back a little bit, and it's an art form. Can you imagine trying to explain hot knives to a 17-year-old kid who's only known like the current most last year and a half's worth of cannabis is what they know about cannabis?
Dude, they're like, what the hell are you even talking about? You just put
you fucking crackhead, and get out of my house
3 times. I put it in my Puffco and I hit the button 3 times, and when it turns from red to green, it's
Sir, we don't do drugs here. You need to leave.
Everything here is
you remember when dabbers first became a thing and they didn't have domeless nails yet? They don't even say the word domeless nail anymore. They're just nails. But back then, the original dabbers, it was just like a little pin of either metal or glass that you would heat up, and then you had to put a dome over it, and that pin was not in there solid. So that thing would be flicking around while you were holding it, trying to heat it. And if you didn't have a scar distinctly in the shape of a nail from a fucking dome nail, you were not really a dabber. One time I was driving. I wasn't driving. My buddy was driving. I was taking a dab in the passenger seat, but I was in a car, and we were rolling, and the nail jumped out of the dabber and into my lap right as it got red hot. I'm like, oh God, oh God, oh God.
I burned through a lot of furniture with hot glass for sure.
Ben Mayers here is saying, what about the gravity bong? Dude, okay. I went to Purdue University in West Lafayette, Indiana for 1 semester in 1996. The chick that I was dating there, I went up to her parents' house for something. It wasn't Christmas and it wasn't Thanksgiving, but it was like, hey, fuck it, we're going to get together in between the holidays because everybody's doing other shit. Her dad was trying so hard to be like Johnny Badass and like cooler and more hardcore than everybody. This dude, we got it into our heads that we were going to make a gravity bong. Had a nice big fucking Midwest meal, well, let's go polish it off by destroying our fucking lungs. And we filled up the bathtub. We got a fucking milk jug, cut the bottom off of it. And her dad pushed his way into the bathroom. There's like 5 of us. And he's like, you fucking, kids, blah, blah, blah. I'll show you. You think you fucking blah, And so we filled this milk jug up. You know how like when you see shining gold represented in art form, like it's not quite yellow. It's not quite white. It's somewhere in between. Cloudy as fuck. We filled this thing. It looked like an old man's teeth. That's what it looked like. And her dad went down on this like Donald Trump was left alone with Bill Clinton. It was, and came back up like old Bill was popping off the back of his throat like it was fucking Kosovo. I've never seen a dude jump up that fast, bend back over, coughing himself to death that quick, and then he like coughing, hunched over, turning purple, backed himself out of the bathroom, like fucking. And so his ass was the first thing to leave the bathroom, and all you saw was his face getting like redder, coughing on the way out, getting gradually smaller. And that's my gravity bonk story. Yeah.
Man, when I first got to Humboldt, I was hanging out with these college kids for some reason, and they were taking bong rips of American Spirit tobacco out of the pouch. And to this day, I don't even understand why.
Was it at least the powwow blend?
Yeah, I guess.
That had like the Colonel Sanders 17 herbs and spices in it? Fucking 11 herbs is whatever it is.
But then
if it's with flour, I actually like mixing a 50-50 with 50% flour, 50% tobacco. It's got a really different feel to it. It's nice.
I use those are the two plant medicines that I use, cannabis and tobacco, to regulate my nervous system, to do all this healing work. And lately I get the Sky American Spirits, just because I just haven't had the time to really roll my own. So I get these with a charcoal filter. I pack them a little bit, and then I pack the tip with a bunch of keef, or I'll put some of my oil in it. I'll inject my oil into it. But I can't have tobacco without cannabis now. So it's impossible. The Jamaicans kind of got me onto that. I hung out with a lot of Jamaicans in Humboldt, and they don't really smoke one without the other,
Yeah.
At least not the ones I was hanging out with. But yeah, amazing effects on the nervous system.
Our friend Cheney says they call that a spliff. She's got a Jamaican friend.
I call it a first world spliff with the American Spirits.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right.
Very therapeutic.
He's like, this is a spliff with democracy.
Yeah, this is like it's like $14 a pack. Yeah, man, it's fucking crazy.
Just the first world kind. What first world and second world and third world actually mean is first world's democracy, second world's communism, third world is any other political system. It really doesn't have anything to do with finance. Like when you look before we turned Libya into a parking lot, it had the highest.
Hey! A parking lot with live slave auctions.
Well, yeah, that's true. It's a Django parking lot. Before that they had the highest.
Terrible thing I've ever seen.
They had the highest standard of living in the world, and they weren't first or second world. It's actually a political affiliation. It has nothing to do with actual standard of living.
Come on down to Massa Colonel's rubble lot and slave auction. If you need rubble or if you need slaves, we got you covered.
Remember the gold dinar?
Right?
Nobody else does either.
Because Pan-African currency gets you bayonets and a cackling Hillary Clinton.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I think you guys have met some interesting people along the way, man. I'm trying to think of some of the some of the cool stuff that I've done while I was out west was do you guys get into Vortex Math at all? Randy Powell and Marco Rodin. I got to hang out with Randy. I got to help him shoot a documentary actually in Vegas. And then we ended up at CE5 somehow in Borrega Springs, and did that for a couple weeks and met a billionaire who had merged with an alien, and we were all supposed to be the group that was going to save the world, and he was going to pay for it, and it was a trip, man.
And then his family trust was like, no, you're not going to do that. No, you didn't merge with an alien.
This guy, it was amazing, man. This guy was like a nanotech billionaire, and apparently the government had bought his company because humanity wasn't ready for what he had discovered. And he went to CE5 exactly a year prior to us being there. And the only reason I was there was because I was hanging out with Randy Powell. It had nothing to do with me, you know? So again, I'm kind of like an outsider. But I'm at breakfast with this whole group, and he's like, tells us the Tezbar story, merging with the alien and everything. And he's a billionaire, and he's going to pay for us and fund us to save the world. Somehow I became part of the group. But then in the end, Tezbar, when it came time for him to cut a check, Tezbar told him not to do it. So it was kind of one of those situations where he was using the alien that he had merged with to like make excuses for why he wasn't keeping his word.
Look, man, if the alien is saying don't cut the check, Alan, you can't.
Here's the thing,
cut the check.
Yeah.
Interestingly, man, because there's a group of about 20, 30 people there, and they were all different parts of the country, all well-to-do, obviously, because it was like 10 grand for the weekend or something. And so I was convinced by the end of it that Greer had dosed this billionaire a year prior and done some like weird voice to skull shit and convinced this guy that he had merged with an alien and was making him guiding his decisions using that. I'm 100% convinced of that.
You'd be like Tezbar said, I have to fuck your wife.
And dude, here's the thing, the Vortex Math, it brings all those fucking weirdos out, So there is no shortage of even Marco's out there, bro. When I met with him was in Vegas, and he was sleeping in a ditch in the desert, like behind the Walmart. And he would go to the Starbucks and constantly harass them to turn the music down and drink water all day and use their internet. He's a fucking madman, bro. This guy's out of control. He smelled horrible, bro. This guy he would bathe with rubbing alcohol only. He's out there, bro. Greer? No, this is Marco Rodin.
Oh.
Yeah. Stephen Greer, he wasn't there for the while I was at CE5. He couldn't be there. But his minions
just
or whatever.
Pay your 10 grand. I won't be there.
It was super gay, man.
Just go ahead and drop me that 10 grand each.
Yeah, dude, the rituals were so cheesy. It was like festival, like handheld lights that you spin and shit. It was so corny, dude. It was all like group chants and stuff.
Here's the elephant walk, but with glow sticks.
Yeah, and I'm sure they were dosing these people, the ones that had significant cash, to actually create an experience for them,
I think that I don't necessarily know that those people need to be dosed. So I think that those people are so fucking bored with reality that they're ready to do stupid shit and just bite into it. It's like, so one of the ways that I would use this is to back up what I'm saying. And when I was 18, young man, kid and a kid coming, so I worked at a sex toy store in Minneapolis, and as a security guard, if you were there when somebody tried to steal something and you caught them, they had two choices. They either paid 3 times of what the item's worth and their picture got taken and put on the wall of shame, or you called the cops on them. Oddly enough, and some of these items were horribly expensive, especially back in the early 90s when sex toys type stuff was like more taboo, as compared to now where you got like strip malls with like 12-inch double dildos hanging out in the freaking end caps. Most of the people doing the thieving had the money on them to buy the items, even the super expensive ones. Like it was always the very wealthy. And it's like, unlike the poors, where we consistently have a threat to our life, a threat, we're fighting to survive. That is living. These people have never lived life, and just to get some kind of a feeling, I think they have to go and do these really fucking weird shit. They're like, they just want to feel something, and because they've never done that.
Well, poor people are either stealing something immediately to suit an immediate need for themselves or their family, or they're stealing something with immediate resale value. Like the fucking, the hood store has fucking like kid clothes.
Yeah.
It's I don't know, maybe there is a fucking hood store boosted fucking sex toys. There probably is. But yeah, 30 years ago, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's usually not somebody who's just assed out that's walking into the sex shop going, hey, I can get a really good fucking resale value on this, fucking 10-inch, 12-inch hammer. It's got the fucking Richard Nixon's resignation speech written on it in the veins.
It probably doesn't have a lot of pawnability, but it doesn't defeat the fact that rich people do a lot of really wild things.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No, that's underscoring your point, Ben.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but agreed. Your sex toys probably don't have too much pawnability. And I was a product tester for free. That wasn't paid. I didn't go from having one kid at 17.
You volunteered to put those dildos where you did? Is that what you're saying?
Not all sex toys are dildos.
Right? There was that latex fucking bodysuit you squeezed into.
Yeah.
No
you got gimp suits like Zaralath likes to wear. You got all kinds of things. No, I didn't jump up to 7 kids because I wasn't because I was particularly prudish. That is not how I got 7 kids.
I've got 5, man. I sold sex toys on eBay back in like 2005, so we got a lot in common, it seems.
That's funny.
I got 3. I sold bondage gear at Renaissance festivals.
Yeah, Renaissance festivals, they just pretend like it's not entirely for sex, but it is.
We had a whole separate like area that was the red room that had all the fucking bondage gear in it, and we had like a couple of fucking like whips out, floggers. We had those out, and if people walked up to them and were like, "Oh, bye," I'm like, well, hey, there's more over here, and it got weird. It really did. It got weird, and my job during the week was to do production for the company. So, like, one day I'd be doing belts, the next day I would be doing fucking like cutting out women's halter tops and fucking gluing that shit down and then the next day it would be like, okay, make 30 gates of hell cock rings with a ball separator. Yeah
I didn't get that crazy, man. It was mostly just like rabbits and gay porn DVDs, unfortunately.
That's because you weren't at Ren Fests. You think that Ren Fests are about Renaissance. What it really is about making a few bucks until the asshole customers all leave. And then as soon as the lights go out, it turns into a weird sex ritual behind it.
For the people that are there on the weekends, for the people who do it year round, like you're working pretty much 6 days a week, and the shenanigans of near locals.
Was not into the sex portion. I agree with Steve on that. But 90% of the people there, this is why at the end of the night you just shut your tent up and then you make sure everybody knows you have weapons. Like, don't open my tent. I will stab first. Ask questions later. Like, you don't want nothing to do with it. It's people that didn't get laid in high school, and they are going to make up for it by bumping uglies with whoever is next to them.
Ugly people sex. Yeah, it's with medieval weaponry.
Yeah, and lots of brassiers. So it makes like the fat girls look less fat, and it brings their boobs. All their boobs are like.
Yeah, he's describing the locals that work there for the camping pass and the people that travel around year round and do it for a living doesn't really apply. But that's where you find like the one when I was doing Renaissance festivals, like 1 out of every probably 12 dudes there was former EOD.
Huh.
A lot of ex-military out there that were working, doing like a lot of people that just like it doing regular society shit just didn't work out. But you wanted to work your ass off, you wanted to make good money, you just didn't want, you like to travel, you just didn't want a fucking desk job, day job, shit like that. And so it was somewhere where you really you could work 2 days a week and sustain yourself on what you made if you had like a decent gig, or you could work 6 days a week and then do what a lot of us did, which is go spend the winter in fucking Bali or Senegal or fucking Hawaii or, just somewhere warm and fucking really nice. And then go back and do it all over again for 10 months out of the year.
It did where I'm from. They only last like 6 months. I didn't come. Well, I did it when I moved out here, but I used to do them up north all the time. But in the winter, then that's when you make all your stuff that you sell during the Renfest season. So in the winter, you sit home and in the frozen tundra and make different items, and then all spring and summer and fall, you go sell those things.
We started in Arizona in February, and there's some in Arizona, and then a couple in Florida in like January and February and March. Then you go to like Texas, and then you just follow the weather year round. So there's a couple of different circuits that people do where they're working 9 to 10 months out of the year. And then if you want, you can pick up extra shit in the winter, or you can fuck off for the winter. I don't know what it's like now, but 25 years ago, it was a fun way to see the country and make good money and have low bills. And I don't know.
The last year Christy and I did it, the West Coast itself, there was no money. We went from obviously from Southern California all the way up to Portland. The only place that year that we went, and the way I've always described it is all up and down the coast, people would open up their wallets and there's a few ones and a 5 and a 20 in there, and they aren't buying nothing. We went to Lehigh in Utah. Fuck. The 9-year-olds there are whopping open wallets with fucking 20 Hondos in it, Like, you're like, what the hell? I made more at one Renfest in Lehigh than I did in freaking like 6 weeks in California.
Wow.
Yeah. No, there were good money shows and bad money shows. I'm bummed because when I'm in Colorado for the event that we throw, the Renaissance Festival that I used to work at 20-some years ago is still there. And I still know a few people that are there, but I'm only in Colorado for like 3 days or 4 days, and it's all Third Eye Carnival stuff. And I just, one of these years I'm gonna have like an extra 2 days and go up to Larkspur and hang out for a minute.
Yeah, I expect that's when things will get politically settled down.
Oh, they hate me in Colorado right now, in Pueblo.
Yeah, well, if you weren't so fucking racist, that wouldn't be a problem.
We just answered people's questions at face value thoroughly. We never advocated anything one way or the other. We actually kind of advocated not just being a knee-jerk reactionary wingnut in no matter what direction, which also seemed to make them upset.
Well, the problem is liberals have no sense, no humor, and racism is deeply funny. So, when those two things come together, it's just not good.
Yeah, it was kind of wild moving from Southern Oregon, and I think I maybe only saw one non-white person there the whole 3 years I lived in Southern Oregon. And it wasn't because I was hiding. I guess COVID was going on, but they're just not there, And then coming back to Louisiana, and it's like half and half here, you know what I mean? Where I am.
Yeah. No, Oregon's
there's definitely something to it, you know what I mean?
Oregon's pretty freaking white to begin with. And then a lot of it is still the kind of white that really wants to keep it that way.
Absolutely, yeah.
When
BLM came through Medford, they had a caravan, and all the rednecks came out from Southern Oregon and had their own little parade. And they were all in the back of their trucks with their rifles and shit, and the buses just kept going past Medford. They didn't even stop.
Mm-hmm.
So it's serious down there.
Yeah. I got friends in Medford and Grants Pass and all that kind of shit. Yeah.
Grants Pass is so cool.
I love that whole place, man.
Before Portland became the ultra liberal, ultra weird thing, Oregon was always known for being the backwoods white supremacist. That was what they called it. That 100%. You don't even want to wander out in those woods. They will fucking hustle you away and have you burning crosses and before you know it. You will do things like have a family and have sex with girls and produce kids and
terrible. Man, before I moved to California, I had a chance encounter with a guy named Vincent, a really secretive guy he was David Duke's personal assistant for 20 years. And he owns a country and western bar outside of New Orleans. And he also owns a black strip club in my hometown. And so I met him at the black strip club, of course, because I had the choice, So we met there, and over about 5 or 6 hours and a lot of beer and a lot of shots, he told me how everything works. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
And I had just kind of maybe not really just started getting into conspiracies, but I hadn't really come to the Israel question or any of that, any of that research for them. I maybe at that point had watched the Hitler documentary that came out. What was it called?
The Greatest Story Never Told.
Yeah, it's probably right after I watched
that. Either that or Europa, but yeah.
Yeah, we've never heard of him. What are you talking about now?
All right.
So was he a handler?
Wait. Hang on. You were saying?
Oh, I don't know, man. I met the guy who told me all this stuff that was going on, all about the Jews. See, because I was under the impression that David Duke was a racist against black people. That's the story I always got. I didn't even know what a Jew was until I joined the Marines, and there was this guy they called the platoon Jew, and I was like, okay, well, obviously he's a Jew. That's cool. Now I know what a Jew is, but he just looks like everybody else, and I couldn't tell a difference, you know. So
that's
been really
the problem
about
with
it all.
them.
Yeah. So yeah, I really didn't know much about it, and then here I am with David Duke's right-hand man, you know, and he wasn't that much older than me. He's a young guy, and you know, he owns this black strip club that we're in, and we're the only white dudes, and we're talking about all this crazy shit, and like nobody's giving us a hard time. So surreal, you know what I mean? Got so shit-faced, and I mean, I remember everything that he told me, and it's strange because I mean, I guess it's not so strange, but you haven't been able to talk about any of these things, right? So now in the last like 6 months or so, I've been hearing everything that guy was telling me coming out in pieces, right?
Wow.
And becoming mainstream. And it's just blowing my mind, man. I don't even know what to do about it.
The whole reason I started podcasting back in like 2018 was because I was looking around and watching everything from Bill Cooper's book play out in real life, and had been for, you know, had been on some levels for a while, but it really started to get crazy 2016, 2017, 2018, and yeah, it been running ever since. But yeah, man, I relate. I do completely.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I go all the way back to like Michael Tessarian back in the day. I'll watch all of his shit. I probably watched all of his stuff, like each episode of those long ass boring slideshows, probably 10 times each. And there's like, I can't remember how many hours that is.
Yep.
That was like my base for everything, right? And then I went through all of Mark Passio shit.
Was it show off your Bill Cooper stuff? This is
Bill Cooper, yeah.
Bill Cooper on a pale horse. A buddy of me and Ben's drew, and I sell on my merch store.
That's awesome.
Bill Cooper on a pale horse. Fuck yeah.
9/11, my kind of the order of my awakening was chemtrails and then 9/11. And so Bill Cooper was definitely. I was an Arabic linguist in the Marines during 9/11, so that's kind of a crazy story too. When it happened, I was in Hawaii. It was like 5 hours behind where my family lived in Louisiana, and my mom called me and said that, you know, this was happening, and by that time, I guess CNN was had like a video playing of Bin Laden. But they said they didn't have a translator. And I had literally just graduated from Arabic school.
Oh, wow.
Like a few months before that. So I spoke like perfect Arabic, standard formal Arabic, which Bin Laden, he's like a prince, right? So he speaks perfect Arabic, you know? So he's talking in the background, and I'm on the phone with my mom, and I'm translating in real time what he's saying. And he's saying that he didn't do it, but that America would blame him, and that's okay. Because they deserve, like America deserves to be, you know, because they're so ignorant and they allow their government to run rampant, they deserve what's about to happen.
Wow.
To them, basically, is what he said on CNN. And I heard this, and I'm in the Marines. I got to go to fucking work in a couple hours, you know, and so I go in, and my two best homies, I told two guys, both of them violently attacked me and told me to never say anything like that again. Both of them. Same reaction. And so I spent the rest of my career knowing that, you know, my whole battalion had deployed. I had a head injury. I suffered a head injury. I didn't deploy, but my whole battalion did. So I had to sit there and watch the war like on TV, knowing what I knew, you know, from that experience. So that was kind of wild.
That's awesome. Awesome story.
But I didn't really do the research and really get into it until I got out, obviously. And that's kind of what woke me up. It's been off to the races ever since. And yeah, I learned Arabic. I just have this ability to absorb large amounts of information, you know. And again, I've had the time because I've been living that, you know, that alternative lifestyle, I guess, and I don't make a good employee, you know. So I've had to be self-employed the whole time, and really, we've lived okay. We eat really well, but we don't. I'm not greedy.
There is not a single
time.
employee in this entire show currently.
Yeah, no doubt, man.
We might get it. We might get it. None of us seem to have that knack.
Do the same research. So yeah, I'm really interested to see, hear you guys' thoughts on a lot of stuff. The vortex math, man. Have y'all found any value in that realm of knowledge?
It's a very interesting math equation. I'm not sure how much it overlays on reality at all outside of
Nazi math.
Outside of the idea of just kind of the way things build up. They don't really build up usually as smoothly as what you normally would see. With vortex math, it's 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13.
Yeah. You're talking about the doubling?
Yeah, that's where you
1, 2, 4,
rather
8,
than go into a linear fashion,
it forms an infinity symbol.
Yeah.
Or a Mobius strip, right?
Yeah. So I worked with Randy Powell for about 2 years on building a website with a guy that did 3D graphics to animate everything. And I worked on this for 2 years. So the first thing I had to do was learn. Like Randy and I sat down and we made an outline of the math from like beginner, medium to advanced, and went through the whole thing. So I got like, I don't know how many hours of like direct, learning from Randy on this and working with this 3D engineer. So I was able to visualize it at the same time. And there's something there, man. It has to do with like the fundamental pattern of everything and how everything grows. And there's definitely something to it, It gets definitely taken, into outer space and building rocket ships to escape the planet, and there's a lot of places it goes. But if you go the other direction with it and just pull the patterns out of it, I learned Arabic, I learned cryptography, so my mind's always just pulling patterns and trying to decrypt everything all the time. And there's absolutely something going on with that math, man. It's like qualitative math, not. So instead of counting with things, it's just recognizing that ultimately, numbers are not man-made. It's a concept. It's a divine concept.
It's the Rubik's Cube sequence played out onto everything else.
Yeah, pretty much, man.
There's a fundamental mathematical pattern to just about, and it's not that things aren't unique. It's that there are fundamental patternistic building blocks to all things, so you can recognize commonalities in things easier, understanding the way that sequence plays out over a larger field of vision rather than like hyper focusing on one or two things. It's kind of the way
I feel that way about DNA. This is part of why, like, they can't seem to figure that out, that there's only so many building blocks for life and that can get used in life. So when they're like, oh, we're 98% the same as a pig, we're also 97% the same as a fucking banana, doesn't mean a pig and a banana fucked. Yeah, like there's only so many components that can go into this.
I mean, not without help.
Yeah.
You would need opposable thumbs for that. Somebody else is sitting in on that process.
For sure. That's where the monkeys came in. if you're a plus or a negative.
Just saying.
How many of you guys are negative? Just curious.
No, I'm positive.
Anybody know?
Positive.
Positive?
Be positive.
Yeah. Me and my wife are both negative. It's kind of weird. I assume my kids are, but I don't know if that follows.
For sure your kids are. That's one of the reasons that they used to do blood tests is before the ROGAM shot is that that mixing of the positive and negative blood is a problem. You know, Saint Pinar, you have to poop.
What do y'all think that is? Any idea? I guess if you're not negative, it doesn't interest you as much. But I always heard it as being alien, but now I don't really believe in the outer space type of alien, so I don't really know what to think of it.
You want to time that out, Marcus?
Maybe it's the 2.5% Jew in me that's negative. I don't even
know. Don't fill up the chat like that. I'm not.
It cancels out all of the angel DNA or angel blood.
Oh no, don't tell me that, man.
Are you tall?
I got Jewish kids too, you know.
Well, from one of the bigger distinguishing factors, from what I understand, but that they've been able to find so far, which doesn't mean that this is the thing at all. But from what I understand is their ability to cleanse their system of different toxins.
Okay, like a difference in the blood itself.
Yeah. Like I believe it's that the positive. I can't remember if it's the positive or the negative, but one of them has a much tougher time detoxing things. And it's especially like
versus iron or something base,
heavy metals, things like that. Yeah, it really causes a problem for them. So one would wonder then, did the one that because a lot of times a lot of the characteristics in your blood just comes from wherever your group of people derived from. What did they eat? What was the water like? What kind of minerals did they live around? And the human body is so amazing. It will adapt to almost any system. So one of those systems were those people uptaking a more toxic amount of metals. And so they adapted the ability to cleanse them out easier, or, you know, something along that nature. It would be what I would guess.
They're allegedly comes from the Basque people, right? That's what I've heard.
I've heard a number of theories on it. You know, the Anunnaki, the Basque, the you know.
Yeah, that's why I asked, man. I don't know if any new discoveries had come up since I've been meditating for 16 hours a day for 5 years. I kind of saturated all the conspiracy knowledge I could, and I really felt like I had nothing else to do but start applying it, because I was just getting nothing new out there.
Well, the problem with that community overall is where do you apply a lot of those things to life? And so, like, even like one of the biggest, most famous one is the Earth shape. You know, flat Earth versus round Earth versus whatever. At the end of the day, the mechanics, the physics of the Earth is still basically the same. And for most of us, this will never have an effect on us one way or the other. Like, life is just going to operate the way it does. Right. Night, Steve. Thanks for being. Love you, brother.
I think the most important thing about that whole argument is just, you know, whether or not we're being lied to about that. And then I also see, you know, I study the art of deception for the most part, right?
I don't disagree with the lie to. I'm just saying, what effect does that have on your actual function day to day in reality? And that's the problem. Is a lot of that stuff you get lost in the weeds. It doesn't really. Yeah. No matter where you land on it, it's not going to change your life.
Right. For me though, personally, and you know, it could be the head trauma. It could be a lot of different things. It could just be my personality type, but. I can't really function if I don't understand the world around me. You know what I mean? To a certain degree. I finally came to the same kind of conclusion that you did, that, you know, the mechanics work the same, and, you know, I don't see any curvature on water, and that's really all I know. I don't know much beyond that, but I have looked for curvature on water and I just don't see it. So, you know, for me, I just had to kind of, you know, it's kind of like chemtrails. What the fuck are you going to do about it? Kind of thing, you know? What are you gonna do about 100%. It anyway?
Another perfect example.
So for me, I think ultimately that's what made me go to cannabis and made me, you know, study a lot of the free energy stuff that I'm looking into, and HHO, shit like that. Solutions, pure solutions. I learned
yeah, Brown's gas is fucking awesome.
To harvest clean water from anywhere. You know what I mean? I learned all these things, so I don't have to worry. I understand the world around me, and really anything that happens, I understand what's happening, and I understand how to fix things and how to, you know, at least take care of me and my family. Maybe not fix the world, you know, but we're gonna eat, you know. So
gonna survive the apocalypse.
I'm not really too interested in anything but solution thinking at the end of the day, but I did kind of wake up the other day and realize, and what happened was, you know, you guys probably, I don't know how old you are, but when I first started doing all this research at the beginning of YouTube, it would recommend, like I started with chemtrails, and next thing I know, I'm watching 9/11 videos, and then it's on to something else, and it's all just following the algorithm back then. It seems like
I'm old enough that my first occult conspiracy thing was the fucking Time Life books, and there was no such thing as there's no such thing as computers at home or anything like that, and it was a series of Time Life books. Weirdly. Yeah, UFOs, out of body experience, government, you know, spying through, you know, time manipulation, all kinds of weird shit like that. And there was this is back in the mid '80s. These books came out. I got my ass whooped because back then they had this thing, and it was just like with you remember when Columbia House and BMG Music and them, they would send you a little thing, and if you signed it and sent it back and put the little stamps on there, they'd send you 10 CDs for a penny, which you never actually paid. And then you were like supposed to own like $10 a month, which you never paid either. And
I did that. Totally did that.
Yeah, well, you know, back then you had to sign your parents' name, but they did the same thing with them fucking books. And I think I got like 6 of them books, but I got the hell beat out of me for it.
Man, I mean, I guess I ultimately started. My grandpa used to listen to Coast to Coast, so I think that used to it scared the shit out of me. I stayed up all night listening to it.
Oh yeah.
So I think that's probably what got me in the end. Then there was this old man that used to come visit my grandma, and everybody knew he was crazy. They took his driver's license away, and so he started driving his tractor around town. So they gave him his license back. You know what I mean? He's that guy. He wrapped a silver spoon in copper wire and kept it in his car. And the radar guns back in the day, it would just jam them all up. You know. He was a savage. But he told me one time, like, if you cut your finger, just hold it like this, and the electricity from your hand will heal it faster, and all this stuff. And everybody thought he was insane. And now, like, I'm that guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I guess that's kind of where we all end up. You know, it's kind of weird.
Well, it's okay. I live out in the mountains in Humboldt. Most people out here are pretty crazy. So I'm just different brand of it. At least I'm not trying to steal your copper.
I miss Humboldt every day, man. There's not a day that goes by that I don't think about it and remember just the natural beauty of it all. Mostly, you know,
the most gorgeous place I've ever been in my life, and simultaneously, governmentally, the worst place I've ever been in my life. I am fairly convinced that the Eureka or the Humboldt County Council might be the biggest, most retarded people that have ever functionally worked in government. And I mean, the bar is set pretty fucking high. And these guys are just like above and beyond. Like they are the shining glory of the idiots that come out of San Francisco. Like, and they come up here to get away from the Bay and get into the beauty of nature and rule our county with the absolute insanity that they run up there. Only we don't have the people and the tech bros and the money.
Yeah. It's happening all the way up to Bend, man, and beyond, I'm sure. The tech god, the tech bro takeover. Yeah, it's a little bubble, man. It's a little bubble.
Well, the problem is where their sleeper houses are. Actually, Steve, if he was still in here where he lived, that was a giant problem. Steve moved out into the mountains of Santa Cruz, which at the time were, hillbillies, and nobody wanted to live out there, and the land cost nothing and rent was, nothing. And by the time he left there, he was having to work 3 full-time jobs to try and afford rent a little bitty cabin. And it's because these tech bros decide they like an area. They did the same thing to Montana, and they go up. They put up billion-dollar homes, jack up the prices of the entire area, and it prices everybody out. All of a sudden, nobody can afford to live there. Humboldt, the area I live in, Humboldt, southern Humboldt's avoided that. Eureka's fucked. But southern Humboldt, nobody wants to live by Murder Mountain.
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna be back there, man. My sons were born there,
Aww.
My youngest son was born in Salmon Creek in the house,
Nice.
So I'm gonna try to buy that house eventually. You just gotta hustle a little bit.
Well, they're cheap as hell. You don't gotta hustle too hard.
True.
There's properties around here if you want one that doesn't have water on it and you're okay with getting water brought in. There's properties up top on the mountain for $7,000, $7,000 for like 10 acre spots. You can find places with water that are nice for 30 to 35 with a house. And one just sold the other day for 35,000, I think.
With a house?
With what? Yeah, cool. After the green rush, it completely decimated Humboldt, and then the Humboldt Council, they put all their eggs into having just a couple big time growers and getting the taxes off these giant grows. And the problem is those big grows only have 2 or 3 employees, and everything is done as mechanically as possible. And that money all leaves Humboldt. When it was 1,000 small growers, it was 3-4 people on every farm. And those people went into town and got groceries, went and got supplies, toilet paper, ate at the restaurants, went to the gas stations, so that really drove Humboldt's industry. And they're like, yeah, but these guys pay a big wad of tax. Well, that didn't touch what was driving the industry everywhere. And so they just shit it down the tubes, and now it's all gone. Humboldt is dead. And the prices of houses up here, amazing. My dad was up here like looking at trying to pay $10,000 for a 10-acre spot with water.
That's wild, man. That blows my mind. It's that cheap again. It was, the ballers in the Gap, and the people who'd been there for a while and done things right. They told me what they bought their property for back in the day, and it was very similar to what I'm hearing you say it is now. So,
I bought my place with a fairly nice house on it, and it's actually 2 properties. So I paid $40,000 a property for 2 properties. And I got about 25 acres. And at one point in time, my property sold for I think $350,000 during the green rush.
Wow. Yeah, that's why my buddy. Like I said, I'm glad I didn't really invest and lose like a lot of the people I saw. I don't know, man. I feel like I played it pretty smart, man. Shit, when I was paying to lease a house in Salmon Creek, that's like average rent here in Baton Rouge right now. You know what I mean? So I didn't have a power bill there. We had water that came in from the creek. It was beautiful, man. Had a on-demand hot water heater for the first time. I could take like a 5-hour hot shower, Dope. But yeah, just living under the redwoods, man. Waking up and going out on the porch, smoke a blunt or a joint, and just watch like the prismatic effect, like in the dewdrops hanging from the redwoods. Like, it's insane, man. It's insane. So it gets me through every day here in Louisiana, man. Just dreaming about being back out there. But it had that much of an effect on me, you know.
It's a beautiful, magical.
The bad side of it, it ate up so many people that I loved out there. You know, the greed and the drugs specifically. You know,
the fentanyl epidemic. The fentanyl epidemic here is fucking wild.
I wasn't there for that.
Wild.
But cocaine was a big problem because I saw a lot of pounds.
Yeah, well, when everybody's money started running out, the cocaine got too expensive, so they switched to fentanyl, and the fentanyl epidemic here is crazy.
Yeah, Garberville, there right now.
There's more homeless fentanyl addicts living in Garberville than there are people, by a lot.
Wow.
Like the homeless camps are giant, dude.
I'll never forget, man. I was at Eureka Natural Foods, and I was smoking tobacco while my family was shopping. And this homeless guy was pulling a small, like, carry-on size bag, like roller, you know. And he asked me for a cigarette, so I gave him one. We started chatting, and he was telling me all about how he was an extractor, and he had his own lab, and he was making a bunch of money. And this dude didn't have a tooth in his head anymore. He could barely hold a conversation, you know. And that was definitely eye-opening for me. And then sure enough, man, one of the partners I had on a lab that I sold my interest in, because the guy had a drug problem, he lost everything, man. I'm still really close with the rest of his family, but now he's just like playing a flute at like rest stops up and down the 101, like not doing anything, you know. So
yeah.
But I mean,
and I realize fentanyl is a problem in the entire country, but the thing is it's not as easy to live on the streets as it is here. Here it's super easy to live on the streets, and so we get a giant population. Like I said, I'm not saying that people that are just drug addicts are overwhelming in town. There is probably 2 to 3 times the homeless population living in the town as there is population in the town.
There was a whole separate homeless population back when I lived there, even living down on the water, and they I remember they came through and tore they bulldozed the tent city, and they tore down that old structure that they had graffitied. I went and shot video of all that graffiti. It was some of the most amazing art you've ever seen. But at the same time, it's like you got to watch where you step, because people are just shitting all over the place out there.
Yeah,
it's bad, dude. So yeah, I can only imagine, man. And again, man, the natural beauty contrasted against all that, and just all the knowledge, you know, that I gained out there and everything. It makes it all so much more like beautiful that it you know, that you to experience those things. You can't expect it all to just be all positive. You know what I mean? There's got to be some friction to really
whippets
really
also
experience.
Fenny and whippets, and actually whippets are so bad in Humboldt County. They go do a Fenny and go to bed, Steve. You did 3 Fennies during the show. No, he's talking shit in the chat. He's fucking around. The whippet problem is so bad in Humboldt that they've actually banned whippets and started a class action lawsuit on it.
Yeah, I think they should, man. I don't know. That shit's crazy.
Like every one of the pullouts, you know how there's a pullout like every 200 yards here? Every pullout is just littered with empty whippet cans.
Is that like the rappers that started pushing that and then it just blew up? It's only like, how does something like that even happen? Because they've always been around, you know.
I honestly I don't know. Like I always took it as something young kids did because they couldn't get a hold of actual drugs. Right. You know, I didn't ever assume that I would come to California and find more whippets. I mean, Marcus does them. He prefers his to be Thin Mint flavored, though.
Have you ever tried it before?
Marcus is a pure boy. That is a high value man. He does not do these things.
Awesome, man. Awesome. No, I respect that. I was raised Mormon, So I was a virgin until I was 18. I was like, no tobacco, none of that, no drinking, nothing. So I respect that a lot, actually.
Thank you.
I was a virgin once too. Then I turned 12.
Well, that's the funny thing about me going. I missed it, man. I'm sorry. That's why what?
I was just talking shit.
Okay. Yeah, but I never did any drugs or anything, and then all of a sudden I moved to California and started growing and extracting and everything.
Jeez,
now I'm
went
back
right
here,
to the deep end of the pool.
People don't know. Yeah, they don't. That's like I'm a totally different person to people, I guess. Like the stigma is really strong here still, So to everybody, I'm just a drug head loser. You know what I mean? For the most part.
because I actually I was not a cannabis user. The job market out here is dead. There is job market. What job market? When the cannabis market went down, so did all the stores and all the other places. They all quit making money too. So that was the end of that.
Yeah, man.
All bad. But because I have grand mal seizures, even a lot of the people that do have that stigma, I usually it doesn't get leveled at me because I have actual grand mal seizures. So, and before I started using cannabis as the treatment for that, when I was taking the prescription drugs, they had me on. A lot of people don't realize that Klonopin is actually an anti-seizure medication. So, the calmness and the happiness, well, that's trying to calm your system down, and because you're getting ready to seize. And so that's actually for seizure victims. And they had me on high doses of Klonopin, which anybody that knows benzodiazepines are just horrifying for you. And then on Seroquel. And I basically was a zombie, and I went up to 250 pounds, 265 actually, I think I topped out at. And and Klonopin withdrawal causes seizures, exactly, because it controls your seizure. It controls your they call it your seizure threshold. And horribly addicting. And now that I use cannabis to control it, I live off grid. I run a whole farm. I raise cattle. I was running a lab, the whole nine. And I'm not 260 pounds. I'm 150 pounds. Like,
oh yeah, man.
We could probably donate to the small hat fund, but hell has not frozen over that I'm knowing of, and I'm also not a Christian, so I don't even believe in hell. So even if it did freeze over, I don't know that you could convince me of it, any of it. My wife's having a fight with a kitten. But no, we will not be donating to Israel. Ben Mayer says Israel can donate to him. I will not be taking any of Israel's money either. If they could go ahead and find their way into falling off into the Mediterranean, I would be just peachy.
Did you see the super chat from Angela Baby Carson 796 earlier?
I did not. Let's. Where did this happen?
In one of the chats, asking about Alan's channel, where to find Alan on social media.
The channel of this live, please. Who is it? That is on. Are you Angela? Are you still here? Are you talking about, is it my channel? Because that's where you put the thing on. Are you talking about Alan? You want Alan's information? Alan does have a project that he's working on and that he's doing. Please go ahead and repeat that.
It's called The Unwinding Project. And that's Instagram and YouTube. Both the same. The Unwinding Project. The YouTube channel is, I've been going through this meditative healing process, and it's all intuitive and spontaneous. And so I've been documenting it because I think it's extremely significant and rare, because I haven't found another human being on earth doing it. And so I've been documenting it over, the past 4 years for hours a day. Most days I haven't really been able to do it as much since I started back working. But I still try to drop videos. I try to record videos at least, a few times a week, and then upload at least once a month is about where I'm at with it right now. But it goes back 4 years, and it kind of shows a progression. The process has evolved over time, and I'm just now kind of discovering the basis for a lot of the techniques, being able to call it Tai Chi, and finding out about different aspects of Tai Chi and different forces and different things that I've experienced firsthand intuitively that I'm using.
Did you get to meet Keanu Reeves personally?
What's that? Keanu Reeves?
You get to meet Keanu Reeves personally, or
no? But I do some like weird Matrix shit every now and then that does kind of freak me out, man. But the videos are cool. It's kind of like a grab bag, right? Like everyone is totally unique.
Knock it off!
The same movement twice, because it's like a sequential process of like alignment, realignment, and rebuilding. And so yeah, it's really as much time as I have to dedicate it to it every day. That's how fast my recovery is happening. But I let go of it fully for years, and just that's all I did all day, every day. I didn't see my family, for months at a time, because I just couldn't handle noise. I was hypersensitive to noise and light and all these other things, because my nervous system basically crashed, So that's what the Unwinding Project is, and that's what the YouTube is, kind of an archive of that, with like new videos. It's all raw, none of it's edited. There's a lot of snot, there's a lot of crying, there's a lot of fucking crazy movements that I guarantee you've never seen a human being do in your life. I don't even know what to do with it, to be honest with you. I'm just documenting it and putting it on YouTube. So that's where I'm at with that. I changed my Instagram to that, and I was going to change my content from cannabis to that, and use the cannabis community and the followers and everything that I have on my existing Instagram. I was going to try to push, this, because this is a progression of my experience in, with cannabis. I wouldn't have been able to do any of this without cannabis, and without the experiences that I was allowed to have in Humboldt, through living there and meeting like-minded people, having access to natural medicine and natural medicine clinics and Reiki and acupuncture. And I mean, I've got crazy stories, man, that I don't think anybody believes me when I talk about this shit. You know what I mean? That's how crazy this shit is. But
I live in Humboldt. My wife is a Reiki master.
Is she really?
Yeah, she's flying. She's actually floating right now.
Nice. Yeah, it was funny, man. I kind of put together like a lot of the anime, a lot of that stuff, a lot of the like energy movement, and kind of the metaphors of it all. It's what it feels like in your own body when you experience these things. Like you literally feel like you're throwing a ball of energy. You know what I'm saying? So I understand like a lot more of the artistic aspects of it from having gone through it. So I'm constantly trying to reconcile these experiences that I'm having on this, reconnecting mind and body or whatever's happening. And I'm trying to reconcile what's actually happening with the science behind it, which goes back to like spontaneous somatic unwinding is like probably the most like scientific nomenclature for what I'm experiencing. But in Tai Chi, it's basically what Tai Chi is, and like outside of martial arts, it's like it's it's kind of the root of it, is as a healing art, But Reiki, the Reiki experience I had, I felt like a big ball of heat come out of my shoulder while this guy was like really intently.
Don't do that motion while you're talking about a guy.
He was like, he just moving his hand. He never touched me
at all. Back it up so we could see here. It's not good.
Ball of heat like come out of my shoulder, dude. I was like, man, this is incredible. So the acupuncture I had, this Chinese lady put a pin in like the top of my spine and in one in my tailbone, just 2 pins. And one of the tailbones, like, it's uncomfortable, right? But then she started to sing. And when she sang, she like raised her pitch like higher and higher. And then it's almost like she knew what pitch, like when she could feel the resonance with her voice is what I think now. But my spine started to vibrate with her voice, kind of like the women who can like shatter crystal glasses and shit. And she held that pitch, that perfect pitch, for as long as she could. And then she would like take another full breath in, and she did it again. And this lady must have hyperventilated herself doing this like 7 or 8 times. One of the most incredible things I've ever experienced. And I use my own voice intuitively now to resonate with different parts of my body to help move things and help realign things. Because a lot of the problems I have is wedging from like impact traumas, where things are actually wedged in together, and I've got to vibrate them to get them to loosen up and move back apart. So it's like I'm pulling myself apart and putting myself back together at the same time, like literally simultaneously. It's a fucking trip, bro. So all these experiences I haven't even been able to talk about, because I haven't been able to talk or conversate. So the idea with the Unwinding Project is I talk a lot about the plant medicines. Obviously, I dab in the videos. I smoke the first world spliffs in the videos. I talk about it, and I don't know where it's gonna go or how much I'm actually gonna be able to heal. Like if I got down to maybe, let's say, 10% life force and mobility and, ability to function in the world, and how much can I restore? Can I restore 100% functionality? And can I really experience, the full, can I allow myself, can I create an environment for myself to allow full self-actualization, right? To allow myself to reach my full potential, just like growing a plant, you know what I mean? Or processing the plant into oils or whatever. So that's kind of, the alchemy starts with the plant, and this is the real danger of cannabis, to tie it all up in a nice bow, is that the concepts that you learn from the plant really teach you so much more about how the world itself works. And I think that's like the magic that's been hidden from us. Yeah, it has all these healing properties. Yeah, it makes you like, anti-authoritarian and whatnot. And those are reasons alone to keep it away from us. But I think the real aspect is it promotes, it reconnects you with nature in a way that allows people to like punch through that glass ceiling and really reach, their full potential. That's what I'm feeling. That's kind of what I'm experiencing so far. So until I'm proven otherwise, that's what I'm going with, So I don't know how much of a responsibility I have to push that out. I think that I'm just posting the process and just being as open about it as I can, and as my cognition returns and my ability to speak and about the things and really understand what I've just been through over the past 5 to 20 years in this process, I'm still figuring it out. So the more people,
I think it'll pay off.
What they see, man, I'm really interested to know, like, if people have seen this before. Do you know anyone else doing this? So I found one other guy that has commented on my YouTube channel on one video, and I must have like 500-600 hours of content, right? And this one guy chimes in and starts describing what he's experiencing. It's very similar. So we had a Zoom call, and yeah, man, it was so amazing just to connect with one other human being that had experienced even like a fraction of what I was experiencing, you know, because he was still kind of in the beginning phases where he isn't able to fully empty himself in a way that he allows his body to move on its own, you know, but he's experienced like other aspects of it. So it's wild, man. All my Christian friends think I'm doing some like evil yoga, like tantric, you know, evil shit. All the natural healers and all the physical therapists and kind of that crowd out here, they say I'm having a Kundalini awakening and they don't want to touch me or treat me. You know what I mean? So it's so wild, man. It's been a really incredible place that cannabis has brought me to. And what's funny is, like I said, I originally started because Louisiana is Cancer Alley. It's alcohol, it's chemical plants, it's, you know, it's big oil, it's all these things. But
you got fucking Bourbon Street. You guys got motherfucking Bourbon Street.
It's a different world out here. It's crazy. It's kind of like Australia, right? Australia was all the criminals. Well, France sent all their criminals here. So that's what Louisiana is. It's a French colony.
Well, Louisiana was a French colony
of outlaws. Yeah.
Yeah.
The ones who wouldn't listen to the king. So
yeah.
We still have Napoleonic code here. That's how different Louisiana is. Yeah.
Cool. Well, yeah, there's France had a number of colonies in America and then they lost those basically in a battle with Britain. They ended up losing out. Well, then when the Americans wanted to go to war with Britain, I think it was, John Adams that went to France and basically talked the King of France into throwing down with the Americans. So the American Revolution was a success directly because of the money and the officers and things loaned from France. But then that was a direct cause for the French Revolution, because then that broke France. So then that led directly into the French Revolution. But at one point in time, there was a number of colonies. It wasn't just English colonies. France had a number of colonies here. What's that, honey? Yeah, Spain had colonies here. Russia had colonies here.
Right on.
Like the West Coast, instead of France and England fighting, it was Russia and Spain. So Russia has there's a bunch of Russian Orthodox monasteries and churches all up and down the West Coast here, and then also Spanish missionaries. And that was them attempting to take over the United States at one point in time. So it's the idea that there was only English colonies is just something from just bad schooling, where they just taught us about that, but they didn't teach us the rest of it.
Yeah, for sure. It makes sense. Yeah, it was wild. In high school, we took a field trip to a school a little bit further south, across the river, where they speak French at the school. Like, it's still, they don't speak English there. It's a French school in Louisiana. I think it's still there and they still speak French, which is kind of strange. But the idea was, these are my people. And in the beginning, I had this grand revelation that I was going to help people, and I was going to go get this magical plant that cures cancer and bring it back to Cancer Alley and all this. And I didn't really realize that, like, I was going to need it, that I needed any kind of healing, So that was kind of a big surprise as well.
Propaganda is very effective. Very effective. And trying to get people to let go of propaganda, even when they know better, it's very interesting. It's super hard to get people to let go of propaganda, and the propaganda against cannabis. It started in the 60s, but I'd say the 80s is where it really hit its stride, where they had TV and everything else. And the kids that were being born into that, you had your after school specials and DARE programs and all that kind of shit. And so the propaganda and then, the Reagan administration period, Shit was crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, and it was what was her name? Kathy, the MK Ultra
O'Brien.
Sex kid Kathy O'Brien. Yeah,
Kathy
she
O'Brien.
said that cannabis breaks the programming, you know. It's 100% true, man. You know.
That's why they won't let you smoke it in Scientology. Cannabis is forbidden.
Yeah, in the military either, man. In the Marines, I had a 5-year enlistment, and I popped for a piss test like 3 months before I got out.
Oh
cannabis.
shit!
Like they do not tolerate that shit at all. Not even a little bit.
Did they kick you out?
Yeah.
Oh, that sucks.
No, it's all right, man. I
Well,
was
meant
checked
to
out
be.
anyway. I had done mushrooms a few months before that and realized it was all bullshit, so I was okay with it.
That'll do it.
Yeah. But it's been a crazy trip, man, for sure. It all goes back to cannabis, though, man. And for me to have been against it so much growing up to now, it's like I tell everybody about it. It's significant, you know. One of the biggest problems is it does get lumped into all these other drugs, and it's called a recreational drug. You know?
Yeah, it should be a medicine.
Yeah, but the hypocrisy of the state making money on it, even and calling it a drug, putting people in jail, like I don't have any respect for any of that. I'm working with a veterans group here locally that's trying to push homegrown. But yeah, man, it's not looking very hopeful, you know, anytime soon. So I don't know. I think when the loophole closes and the black market comes back, I'm hoping that people just start growing their own because they just don't have access, you know. And I think a lot of seeds got out and a lot of people want to grow, they just don't know how. So I'm hoping AI will help them with that, you know, show them how to set up a grow and all that shit. So I don't know, man. I got a lot of hope that the plant does actually like get out and find its way through the world. One thing I did learn in Humboldt is like human beings will find a way, you know, like we'll find a way to make it work, you know. And I saw that happen time in Humboldt. Man. Did some really crazy stuff, man. If it's got to be done, we got to get it done. You know, make it happen. So the human spirit, I guess. I think I got a lot of hope for things, you know. It wasn't always the case, but I don't know, man. I understand the power of the truth now, and understand that a lot of the things that they're pushing are just not truth. They're just lies, and they're just fickle, you know. And they can literally be like destroyed with like a whisper, you know. What do you guys think about Nick Fuentes, by the way, man, and what's going on with that that dude is like, bro, I can't tell if he's a Fed or if like they just don't know what the fuck to do with this guy. You know what I mean?
He's a little bit young. I'm at least surface aware of him. He's kind of a little fag.
Yeah, for sure. He's definitely
he's you know, I think my first awareness of the dude was when he did that whole your body, my choice thing, which was obviously just trying to be as bombastic as possible with that and draw attention, which I understand. That's you know, if you're gonna become a big, you know, sensation on the internet, you got to be a big sensation and say sensational shit. So I do get that aspect of it. But other than that, I don't think any of the three of us are that heavily into politics. Steve is more the political expert.
More that guy.
Yeah, he's kind of the political expert. Myself, like I said, I'm at least aware of him. What he represents is the shitty side of what I represent is my problem with the guy, really. Like when he says things like your body, my choice. I live in a traditional relationship. My wife is subservient to me. Yeah. And it in no way is like that. Like they represent the worst ways that those scenarios can go. And the fact is there's a beauty to the traditional husbandry and the way that system works. And the fact is and I don't even necessarily, I don't like sticking up for Christianity, but even in their vows, there's a reason that the wife is commanded to obey the husband, but the husband's commanded to love the wife. She's not commanded to love him. And the thing about that is you would never, if you truly love something, you would never be shitty to it. You would never, you want to take care of it and take care of it the best you can and give it the best of everything you can and make sure that it's happy and able to succeed. That's what you do for things that you love. And so they're leaving that side out and they're doubling down on the wife's obey, but understand she obeys, but what your plan is supposed to be should be super beneficial to her.
Yeah, well, I'm curious because like the Orthodox and the I don't know what the Catholic view is on it, honestly, but I know the Orthodox has the patriarchy and the father, the mother, the kids. How is it different for you in your system?
Because in patriarchy, and here's the flat and simple of it, or in orthodoxy, Christian orthodoxy, the wife is property of the husband. In no way is my wife my property.
I got you. Huh.
And I've
never heard it said like that. But
they absolutely will tell you that. They will say the wife is that is one of their tenets. The wife is the property. And in no way is my wife my property. Yes, she's subservient to me. I'm the head of the farm, but I'm choosing the best path for the farm, period.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's how we live is kind of why I'm asking. I'm just trying to look for a difference, like the main difference. I don't know which value set I'm living, but that's pretty much it. She doesn't work. She's homeschooled all the kids. They cook every meal from scratch. You know what I mean? So we're doing it.
That's my wife does too, 100%. And like I said, but the difference is there's a mutual service in this, and that ownership part is what makes it so that these people can get so fucking psychotic about it. Like in because I'm a heathen. In our system, if the husband doesn't treat the wife right, she gets the right of divorce. Divorce is a women's tool. Because men can overpower women. Women need a tool to equalize that, and divorce is a women's tool. And if you're a bad husband, she absolutely can leave you because she's not your fucking property, dude. She was lending, she was giving herself to you under the condition that you, in agreement, also treat her right and honor that she put herself in that position. And so when you start switching it into ownership, that's basically the same as an animal.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Well, let me ask you this: did y'all have any kind of ritual or anything to celebrate your union, or to
we're officially married.
Officially, okay.
Yeah, we got
we're not officially married because
in California. In California, they don't care about religion or anything, and you just get. We had a buddy get in. He was a witness to it. And I officiated it, and we did our own ceremony and everything else.
Okay, cool.
And I do understand where a lot of people are coming from, where they don't want the state involved in their relationship. Yeah. But at the end of the day, like for me, I've got 7 kids. And like if I was at the time when I married Christy, the property when we started dating was my property. This is my home. And everything on it was mine. As far as that, Christy brought very little to the relationship. Well, by the time we got married, obviously for me, taking care of her for the rest of her life was something I committed to. So even if I'm not there, then my property is Christy's. And any one of my kids could have just taken that from her if she was my girlfriend. And on top of that, especially during the 2020 era, you needed my generator's glugging, but you needed a wife to be able to come in and help you with medical decisions so they don't fucking intubate me.
Mm-hmm. So, Jem, I'm trying to think of some occultic cannabism stuff, man. I just designed a new symbol. It's basically a circle with a triangle in the middle, or it's actually not in the middle. It's offset to the bottom a little. But there's a cannabis leaf behind it, and there's the Eye of Providence in the middle of the triangle.
Interesting.
Yeah. What do you think about? Can you visualize that? And there's 9 leaves on the cannabis leaf.
Interesting.
Yeah. So I'm deep into the occult as well.
It can't get out once you touch your toes in it.
See it, you can't unsee.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. It's crazy how it all goes together, man. There's a lot of cannabis use for a lot of different things and a lot of different ceremonies and rituals. You know.
It's a magical thing.
Yeah. What do you think of maybe this might be considered occultic, maybe cannabis. What do you think of the recipe in the Bible for holy anointing oil and being cannabosum, being cannabis?
Well, yeah, it makes sense. I've heard of possibly it was an ingredient that they would put into the incense, the censers.
Yeah. I was just thinking that the swinging on the chains and stuff. Yeah.
Have you ever inhaled what's it called? Frankincense.
No, I think they do that at the Eastern Orthodox Church that I've been going to the last.
Oh, really?
Weeks. Yeah, I think it's frankincense. What it smells like. Yeah.
Yeah,
I smelled it in Humboldt a few times.
It's pretty crazy. I gave it a shot a couple of years ago, and you just breathe it in, sort of huff it kind of, and I started tripping pretty hard. Like the tiles in the floor started going like woo woo woo.
Oh, yeah. Nice. Yeah, I haven't experienced it like that.
It was really mellow. It like came on slow, and then it was like, if I would have kept going, it would have just kept going, and then it trailed off.
Yeah.
And definitely worth a try.
I'm gonna try it out, man. I'm gonna re-explore that. Myrrh is interesting too. We got some myrrh rocks one time. I can't remember how we smoked them up exactly, but maybe like a candle below like a oil heater type of deal. But I remember it was very soothing, very soothing. But are you into occult Christianity at all?
Mystical Christianity.
Mm-hmm. So a lot of the concepts that I've discovered through this like intuitive, spontaneous, meditative trance, I think, what's crazy about it is that it's crazy in and of itself, but one of the more crazy aspects that I'm having a really, really hard time coming to grips with is that when I put my hands on other people, because I've spent so much time intuitively, like acupressure, like literally moving things back where they go, on myself, and ultimately manipulating the soft tissues in a way that allows knots to relax, and for muscles that have been compensating for decades in some case to finally relax for the first time, right? So I'm slowly coming out of fight or flight by taking knots out of my entire body, my head, my face, my whole body. Awesome. I'm doing it with my own hands all day, every day for the last 5 years, right? So now when I touch other people, my hands just, in the most sensitive ways you could imagine, the slightest movements and pressure changes, and each finger is doing something different and moving a different direction. And as soon as my hand makes contact with another person, I don't even think about it. My hand automatically goes to where it needs to go, and it applies the right pressures. And I don't think if I try to consciously interject with it, it doesn't work,
Because you're in tune with the Akashic flow. the realm of thought. Like I think that, I mean, when I first started smoking weed, I would just smoke a little tiny bit, and it would just like kind of like spread me outside of and like around reality as we know it, but like I could touch the thoughts, like think, just like I would have a gut instinct of where that thing was I was looking for, instead of like going
it's like
consciously.
They flow into you,
right?
Yeah, like
it's like when you dream and you solve problems you've had like all day, all week, and then you go to sleep and you're like, I got it. Like that's when you connect with that space, and weed helps you do that. I mean, in the right amount.
That's the state of mind that they're hiding from us, bro.
Yes,
that's what I think.
I agree.
And it takes going in the total opposite direction of where they're trying to bring us, like all day, every day, and every bit of media that they put in our faces, and you got to go the other way. And when you go the other way, I don't know where the bottom is or the top, whatever the case. You know what I mean? But the things I'm experiencing are so far out of like the human experience as we know it today. But it's a very natural. It's like the most natural thing that I can imagine, having gone through this.
It's the realest real. It's not the simulacrum that real world is. It's an overlay of the real reality with all this nonsense. The
Matrix. I think they have to create that superficial world on top, because they're trying to. It's the Luciferian doctrine of being gods of their own world, right? So
absolutely,
they are gods of that world, obviously, right?
Oh,
that's
yeah,
not reality, man.
But we don't live in that world. It's like when you play the floor is hot lava, and you go to your friend's house and he's like, the floor is hot lava, and you're like,
my kids play that.
Ouch. But like that's a pretend reality. But that's the real reality that we live in now is the floor is hot lava. Like COVID. That was hot lava,
Yeah.
It got people really sick.
Yeah, for sure. The psychosomatic effect.
Yeah.
Yeah, my mom to this day, one of my kids sneezes and she'll swear, she'll be sick for like 3 days, swearing my kid got her sick. It's like, dude, it's so terrible how much time you like lose with your grandkids over this stupid shit.
Oh yeah, my cousin, he played hooky from school. He told us, he said, Dad, I've got a cold. I feel it's like a sore throat, all this stuff. And then his dad is like, I'm catching that cold that he's got, and is sick the next day. And he's like, I faked that cold. I wasn't really sick. But his dad really caught it,
Yeah. That's wild, man. So, I mean, it's got to work the other way too, right?
Oh, yeah.
You
can create your own reality.
Well, I think if people knew that they could self-heal in this type of way, but they just have no idea that's even possible, They've never seen anybody do it. I never saw anybody do it,
I've just been going to acupuncture the last like 6 months or 8 months or something, and I was seeing him every once in a while, and it was just amazing. Like it totally wiped me out, and I was like a wreck for 2 hours afterwards, just like days walking around. And a couple of weeks ago, I moved funny, and I popped a rib, like floated a rib. It like jumped out of the place. It was on a Friday. All weekend I was like in so much pain, and then I got this message. He was like, Sunday night, he was like, I just something canceled today or on Monday. Do you want to come in at 9 o'clock? And I was like, absolutely. So I go in there, and I was like, I like loaded a rib or something. He's like, no problem, gotcha. And acupuncture, he like focused on this one side, but I couldn't believe it. He worked that bone back into place just by pressure points,
pushing it back in place.
Yeah. It was insane. I mean, he barely even touched me, other than, I mean, warming me up a little bit, and then the needles.
Right.
I couldn't even believe it. I was so happy.
Yeah.
Like night and day difference.
Oh, absolutely, man. Absolutely. One little knot can destroy. Like, I'll get knots out sometimes. I mean, I'm pulling them out all day, right? But the big ones will come out, and I'm like, immediately the first thought I have is, man, that knot was literally killing me. It was literally draining the life force out of my body. It's almost like every trauma that we experience, physical and like to the psyche, emotional, or whatever you want to call it, spiritual, it manifests physically anyway, right?
Like German new medicine.
Yeah, so it's all that's true. It's 100% true.
Absolutely.
That was a massive key to me, like really understanding that, you know, like I can do that. I can heal. You know, if this is what the body's doing, and I'm not really sick in the first place, my body's actually, you know, the big turning point was when I started thanking my body for allowing me to at least go as far as I did, and still, you know, I could still like at least like stand up when I absolutely needed to, and you know what I mean. So,
that's great.
So I've started to look at the body totally different, and my relationship with it changed entirely from German new medicine specifically, and from COVID. So it's another one of their, you know, deceptions that the blowback is actually considerable for a lot of people. You know,
well, they can't hide it forever. The truth is coming out. I mean, we're moving into the next age of humanity, so like the secrets aren't going to be keepable. I think that's why they're tanking society right now, because they're, you know, they just got to like burn it down, like use it up, grab as much as they can, because they're going to be out.
Yeah.
Once a majority of people understand the reality that they're in.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's over for them, man.
Yeah,
that's what I was saying earlier, man. It's like it could be destroyed with a whisper, you know. It's really amazing. Yeah. So I'm more hopeful now than ever, man. Just over the last 6 months of the things that I'm seeing coming out in the mainstream, you know. The internet is probably the biggest source of blowback that they just haven't been able to control, you know, for whatever reason.
Yeah.
I think I'm curious about the censorship being like, you know, everything's opened back up all of a sudden, and I have a theory about it that I want to bounce off you real quick.
What's that?
I think the censorship was fucking up their predictive models and their AI. So I think they had to open it back up. So
that makes sense.
You know,
sentient world simulation.
Yeah.
All the systems they build.
They can't stop it all. It's easier just to like find the people that you want to control and maybe change their internet specifically for them, make them you know, shadow ban them, or make their messages not show up, or, you know, show them, like, give them something special where you want to lead them, but they can't like, the bandwidth is too large of all the information that's coming out right now.
Yeah.
It's like,
like I say, man, humans will find a way, man. I've got, from the Humboldt experience and having just the fact that I survived it is a miracle. You know what I mean? And then to have all this knowledge now, and have all these solutions that, I mean, while I'm in these trances, I totally have like full conscious control of my thoughts. I mean, most of the time I'm sitting with my thoughts and they're just coming through and everything, and I'm sorting things out, but I'm thinking the whole time I'm doing this while my body's moving totally independently.
You're in the flow state.
You know? Yeah, man. But I haven't been able to talk to anybody. I haven't been able to write. I haven't been able to look at a computer screen. So I've had a lot of limitations. So this has been great, man. Just talking to other people who know what's going on, and put myself out into the world for the first time in like literally like 5 years. I didn't know if I was gonna be able to do this again. You know, I used to host before I moved to California. Y'all might find this really interesting. Do you know Ben Stewart?
Ben Stewart. I don't know Ben Stewart.
He made Kymatica and Esoteric Agenda. They came out right after Zeitgeist in kind of the same style.
Yeah.
I showed both of those documentaries, and I showed other documentaries. I showed September Clues, which is the No Planes 9/11 documentary, which is awesome. I showed I showed a bunch of documentaries back then at bars, local bars. And I would have my buddies come play music between, and I would show you 2 documentaries, and I had the band play between and then after, you know. And
it was like fun.
It was awesome. Nobody had ever seen anything like it, you know. And because I booked music, I booked bands for bars, and I actually toured with a couple local bands. Went out to the Viper Room in Hollywood and did that whole scene with them. So I kind of had that background, and I was working in the film industry, and I was watching, you know, as many documentaries as I could find. What else did I show? House of Numbers about AIDS, which totally explains how they did the COVID op.
And
I don't
Fauci.
know if you've seen that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, House of Numbers, probably the best documentary ever, honestly. But so I'm showing these movies, and then fast forward, I moved to Humboldt. I'm extracting. I started an extraction company with a few guys. One of them has a party, and there's this guy in there. He's got a ponytail. He's playing music and shit. And like, I'm an introvert, so I just kind of wait for the right moment. We find ourselves in the kitchen and we're chatting, and he's like, "What do you do?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm just an extractor, conspiracy theorist, and whatever." And he's like, "Oh, I'm into conspiracies. Like, I make documentaries." It was fucking Ben Stewart,
Oh wow.
at this little house party. And I was like, I worked in Hollywood, and I worked with all these famous actors, and I never got starstruck, not once. But at this party, I like got all like, "Oh my, you're Ben Stewart," I geeked out. I think I might have cried a little bit, dude. I was so fucking freaked out.
Oh, that's awesome.
And
no
we became,
coincidences.
like, really good friends, dude.
Oh,
And
cool.
We're still friends. Yeah. He taught to me a lot about posture, and he was going through a lot of he's real big into psychedelics, and I brought him around to interview a lot of the old people from the original movement back in the 60s that were still alive, and got to I had a lot of fun with him over the years I was in Humboldt. But it's that kind of magical place, you know what I mean?
You should come back and bring him on with you.
Oh, dude, I would love to.
Super interesting.
Man, once I catch up, I haven't been able to nail him down to have a conversation about, where I am now and how much of an impact he had on the whole thing in the beginning. And then after meeting him with all the health stuff and the meditation, and he got me back into hacky sack, which will really open your hips and your legs.
Oh, yeah.
Strengthen your foundation. So climbing trees, he was real big into that. So he's just he's a phenomenal human being, but
that's awesome.
Yeah, it's all these experiences, but really, man, to get back to the mystical Christianity real quick. I don't know how long you guys want to be on here, but when I put my hands on other people, I kind of compare that to like the laying on of hands, right? Which no Christian can explain to me,
That's no absolutely idea. It. Yeah.
And I also think a lot of the head damage is the muscles in my eyes are affected, and at certain points I go completely blind, right? Until it's like a muscle will relax and things will move into a new position and I can't see. And then I'll get another muscle to relax, and then I can see again. And it's usually one eye or the other, sometimes it's both. But I can totally see how someone could be afflicted in a certain way where they can't see, and just by laying your hands on their face, they could see again. You know what I mean? I've experienced this firsthand on myself, not on other people, but I definitely, it's the only explanation for the whole laying on of hands Christian concept that I can come up with. And I can understand why something like that would be, esoteric, and kept in the mystical orders. There's also the knots that come out. It's almost like sins coming out, right?
Oh, yeah.
And then the restoration of my health is almost like redemption of sin, right? And almost like salvation of restoring my life and having a life again, a second chance at life, forgiveness. Like
German new medicine, you have to figure out what the root cause of something, some injury. Maybe somebody said something to you 25 years ago that broke your heart, or if somebody died who you love, and that's once you find that forgiveness, your body has the grace to heal. Once you've dealt with that thing that is knotting you up, it's amazing.
Yeah. For me specifically, man, it was a downward trajectory continuously over 20 years until I've discovered the root cause from this natural doctor. Who said the problem is in your head. And I thought he meant I was crazy. So I was like, "Fuck you talking about, dude?" And he was like, No. I mean, the original head injury. He said all the other injuries happened because you were already injured. And that made sense. And so I started to focus, here, and everything just unwound from that. So pretty wild, man. Pretty wild. I'd love to go more into all that, man. But I don't know. We'll maybe have to get together again another time.
Oh yeah, Definitely come back.
Sure.
You know, if y'all ever need a spot filled.
Oh, absolutely. Tuesday nights. You're welcome to join us again. Someone in chat had asked about Robert Anton Wilson, if you had read any of his material.
Robert Anton Wilson,
Cosmic
that's more on the
Trigger
occult type stuff, right? You know, I've come across a lot of his work. I've listened to a ton of audiobooks and a ton of lectures. I listened to a ton of Jay Dyer's lectures on the elite, and there's a lot of occult stuff in that.
Sure, I guess specifically with Robert Anton Wilson, he had some polio issues and discovered a Sister Kenny method that sounds similar to what you're discussing.
What was it called?
Sister Kenny method.
Sister Kenny. Interesting.
Something to look up.
Sister Kenny. Yeah,
and I know Robert Anton Wilson had a documentary called Maybe Logic. Kind of talked about his life a little bit, and he was an advocate of the medicinal properties of cannabis.
Robert Anton Wilson. I mean, it sounds very familiar. It's definitely been a long time since I've come across his name. I didn't know anything about him being connected with cannabis or polio. Polio is like a nervous disorder too, right? It's like a heavy metal toxicity.
A vaccine injury.
Vaccine injury, yeah.
When they first gave out the polio vaccine, a lot of people got.
That's when the epidemic started.
Yeah. So we're getting to the point where kind of maybe wrapping up a little bit. I think Boulderson's locked out of his own house here.
Oh, you can't join again.
Right. Yeah.
Are there any other like questions in the chat that I've missed? I think I have like a limited view of the chat.
That's all right. We've had a lot of some drive-by chatters. We've got this streaming to a few different locations, so people are kind of jumping in and shouting a few words and
you can always come back and watch on the various channels that have been hosting it tonight and read all the chats as they came in live.
Okay, yeah, I can do that. What's the title going to be? You know?
We'll send it to you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Yep. So I can share it even. Awesome. Well, It was really nice to meet you guys, man. I appreciate the time. And hey, man, ask me more. Talk more about the occult, man. Let's get into some of that. Really, any of the things y'all want to talk about, man. I'm game. So, yeah.
Cool.
It's been great. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you for coming.
Yeah, man.
We'll do it again.
Sounds good, man. All right, brother.
Yeah.
Y'all be good, man. Have a great night.
We'll do.
You too. Take it easy.
Yep.
What a great finds the button. There it is. Yeah.
What a great interview.
Yeah. Shout out to another super chat wanting to discuss Bonnie Blue a little bit. Didn't really have the time to weave that into the topic.
Bonnie Blue.
Yeah, an interesting character making interesting life choices.
I'm not familiar.
That's all I'll say about that topic.
We'll have to revisit Bonnie Blue.
It was kind of out of the blue.
Preview with Bonnie Blue balls.
Yeah, they left us a super chat out of the blue. That's all right. And thank you to Angela Baby Carson 796 and to all the members on the Benjamin Balderson channel. I don't know if any gems or anything came in tonight. Monitoring a lot of different places. Yeah,
the Weaving Spiders Webs channel has some of the live on it tonight, and my personal James Maiden 6355 or whatever YouTube channel had it live on it for a minute.
Yeah, they give everybody a unique username.
Yeah.
So if you have numbers in your name, that's the numbers you get to stick with in your @username.
I used to hide all the time, but lately it's been popping up.
Yeah, were you able to locate our guest tonight on the Instagram?
I have not yet. No.
Okay.
I only have so many window brain cells most days. If I open Instagram, then I'm done for. I got to mute the show and just watch one more post.
Yeah, for people who are wondering where they'd find more from our guest, it is on the Unwinding Project. So it's at the Unwinding project on Instagram. Is the information he was sharing with us.
Yeah, that was good stuff.
So I think we're gonna have to say goodnight to everybody.
Thanks for coming, everybody. On behalf of Benjamin Balderson and Steve, take it easy.
Take it easy.
Take it easy.
Good night.
Good night.